So this is a horror game not intended for all audiences. I've already disabled the flickering image effects. I don't think the parallax effect is disabled, but if it's what I'm thinking, it doesn't bother me too much. Because this is how you do stuff. Just put on accessibility. Thank you. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark places, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. So welcome everyone to Slay the Princess. You thought you were here for spooky times, but no. You're here for love! Question mark? Slay the princess? More like, marry the princess, am I right? Am I right? We'll see, we'll see. She doesn't look very happy. She does not look like she's living her best life right now. Over there, in the corner. That's her in the corner. That's her in the spotlight. Losing her religion. So, this game was made by the people that also made Scarlet Hollow, which is a game I'm very interested in, but I don't think it's fully released. That was what I was waiting for. So, but it's not fully released yet, I believe. But I am very much looking forward to the day that Scarlet Hollow releases. So, shall we begin dating? Chapter 1: The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
A cabin in the woods?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
It always is the end of the world. The end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can someone else do this? Forget it. I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet! I have always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution! Silently continue to the cabin, turn around and leave. You know...
That's the spirit.
Viva la revolution!
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
This setup reminds me of Cooking Companions. It's also a horror visual novel. I don't know if you guys know it. It's about a group of friends who likes to cook in a cabin, in a hill, in the woods. And there's also something in the basement.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
The other game is free, so I can't complain much about it having even voice acting. The other game is a gacha game.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Also, I could just switch to Chinese or Japanese if I play again. I will not take the blade. I'm curious.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Hey Tyndall, welcome in. Welcome to my spooky little party. Thank you, thank you. I'll show you. Look, Phineas is also dressed up. Look at his little cape. He's so dapper. Ah, yes. The solution to surviving mold. Death. Hey, Carol.
Sure, here's one for you. Why don't vampires go out in the rain? Because it washes off their battery.
Oh my god, Phineas. I wasn't expecting a bat joke. Thank you, Phineas, thank you. I've thought you will.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
I've already forgotten it, actually.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I only play dangerous games. Just checking in. Hi. I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you. Or continue down the stairs. I'm gonna, from what I've seen about the game, each playthrough is about 40-ish minutes. So I'll do a playthrough where I do the choices, and maybe I will have a playthrough where you guys do the choices. So I'll just have fun for now in this playthrough. So first I said Viva la Revolución. I'm here to kill the princess. And I left the knife on the table. And I think I'm here to slay you. Bestie.
You must have the wrong address.
Yes, of course. There are many houses in the woods, in the hill.
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Thank you, Tyndall. Thank you. Enjoy the kitties. Enjoy the kitties,
She's
bud.
beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
What does that have to do with anything?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Is this Baldur's Gate?
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
I said slay. I didn't say kill, bestie. Get with the program. It's 2023. Hold on, let's talk a bit first. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
I am difficult, what can I say?
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing.
Listen, my boys, I am here to be chaotic. Don't thank
Walk up
me
to
yet.
the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
Is this a Geralt situation? Is this the Striga in the basement?
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
What do I look like? A lockmaster? The lock-picking attorney on YouTube?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Yes, Scarlet Hollow is very good, but it isn't fully out yet, so I'm waiting for Scarlet Hollow to be fully out before getting it. And I believe there's 2 episodes out. I've had it on my wish list for quite a long time.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Or would they?
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
I wonder if something changed upstairs. I want to see if the
Attempt
knife
to
is
make your
there.
way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Ooh.
Is someone else here? You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
I'm here to slay, bestie.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
I don't do things that I'm supposed to do.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
It's pretty clean here.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Guess we're slaying together, bestie.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
Oh!
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a
Ma'am, this isn't Saw! Ma'am, this isn't Saw! Damn! Let's go, bestie. Slay! Girl dinner! Girl dinner!
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal.
Go off! Go off!
It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Oh, we're not
Or you
striking.
could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess or slay the princess? No, we're here to slay, besties.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and
Right in the
plunge it
booba.
into the princess's back. Finally.
That's not her back. Oh, it is her back. Sorry. It's her shoulder. I know body parts. I know body parts. I'm so sorry. Hey, Ice, welcome in. You in for a bite?
The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
I'm not human, am I?
You bastard! Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back.
Damn.
Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
Granny, why are your eyes so big? To see you
You've been
better.
A terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us.
I wonder if she ate our other harm, because there was an empty chain.
It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now.
Phineas, you want to say something?
Thank you, IC Save 8 for the resub. And thanks for the reminder about overconfidence. Definitely a lesson to keep in mind.
Yes, Phineas, yes.
As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs.
Where
with
did
the
we
same
get the
animal
second
ferocity
blade?
she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
This is what happens if you fail the checks with Asterion. Thank you. And thank you so much for the follow. Thank you.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Oh, she has nails like mine. Bestie. Slay the
Though
princess.
your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
What am I? I wonder what I am. Am I a reptile person? Also, I'll capture my cursor just because it changes. Okay, let me game capture cursor. Oh, it's still not showing? Oh, it is now. Okay. Before it was just a pointy finger with a nail. But now it's the knife. Yeah, there's feathers over here as well.
We can still turn this around.
Give up, finish the job, run for the stairs and lock her in the basement. Maybe she'll bleed out. I'm never gonna give you up, baby.
You steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can still make sure that she won't make it out of here either.
We both can't go together, baby.
Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now.
Hey,
Don't act so
Denvers.
surprised. Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here, blood loss is certain to finish the job.
His nails kind of look like hair in the way they're drawn. It's pretty cool.
You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you. The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons, and then you stop. Neither you nor Princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground, and the Princess collapses beside you. Blood pools
Maybe I
around
was
you
the
both,
princess all
and you
along.
watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you. You've paid a terrible price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
Oh, it's back to being the finger.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
R.I.P. me. Oh! Chapter 2?
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Thank you, Ice.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, everyone, this is your run. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu. No, okay, this is still my run, and never mind. The options are different. Deja vu!
Terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
Is it, though?
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
He. Capital He. Huh.
Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
A new character.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain.
Kinda sounds like
I meant
Gale.
to say
I
that we
like
should
it.
probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this did really happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options.
Yes, just for the Halloween streams. It will be back after Saturday. I think I'm gonna keep stuff tomorrow still, because the game I want to play next still hasn't released. It only releases on Halloween. So tomorrow we will be not doing the main game yet.
We did our best with the information we were given, and we did kill her.
You can throw stuff at me, and I think that's the only thing I left on, besides some other sounds. Because it's Halloween themed. I tried to have the Halloween stuff in Blahaj, but they work differently. Ow, ow, ow! Ow, I got another spider on my face. I'll show you. Don't worry, Jinzy, it's not scary. Look! Ah! Oh, it fell.
And yet you still died, didn't you? So congratulations.
Owie,
You've been
owie,
given
ow!
another chance to actually do this right.
Okay, see? It's not scary. I have 2 on me! Because the spiders stick to your
And I
character,
believe your other
it's
question
funny.
was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Oh, I see. I see.
What do you mean? Of course there
So
weren't
she
any
will remember me
consequences.
as well.
We killed the princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
No,
Yes,
no, no,
but
no,
in
no,
this
no.
purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
No, the time went forward because I'm on chapter 2, right?
Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left? That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we?
Or if we'll help her, we can break the cycle because we're breaking the cycle of violence.
You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Let's talk about the princess.
Just be quick about it.
She's just a princess. Why was she able to rip me apart? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Oh, but that's my job. Dear buddy pal, I am here to unravel this narrative. And you let me pick at it, so I'm gonna have fun. I am actually more curious. Why did she just decided to that autophagy is a thing. And that's the first time I say this word out loud. I think I absolutely wrecked the pronunciation, but it's fine, it's fine. Why couldn't they slay her?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Yes, I know what it means. I just never said it out loud.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
I'm so special, a special little boy.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Good point. That really explains almost everything.
Wow, Francis!
I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right, but it explains almost everything. I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So, if we could move this along?
Oh no, I love chatting with myself in the woods, actually.
She is just a princess. Whatever you
Yeah,
think
princesses
happened to you
can
last time,
rip
just get it
people
out of your
apart
head
with their
before you get
teeth.
to the
It's
cabin,
normal.
and you'll be fine. Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me.
How did the
Don't talk
knife
to her,
get in there?
Trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Who am I?
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Turn around and
Oh,
leave.
You're the boss. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Not really, but I can track along in nature pretty well. I have scouts training. But I guess every part would lead me to the cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending, actually, yeah.
There won't be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever.
That sounds great, actually.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
Really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you?
I love wasting
It's
time.
remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies.
Good thing I'm
Forever.
unemployed.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we?
Is this hair?
I like it. Seems like it's got great acoustics.
A 3? Hair or tree? I think it's hair. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothingness. It is quiet. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds, undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. Embrace the thoughts. This is a nightmare. Embrace the thoughts. Urgency. You have a story you need to finish. It is the only way for us to escape this place. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. Oh, is this the Crones? Is this game related to the Crones? A wagging finger. There is... Because this chapter is named The Witch. There is only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am your only salvation. Chapter 1. Okay, everyone. Now this is your
You're on
run.
a path in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So, I got 2 achievements right now. I'll read them to you. Because they relate to story stuff. Denial. Return to your destined path. Or face the consequences. I guess this was an ending. The real Slay the Princess starts here. You'll know it when you see it. So now it's your run. I am but a mere pawn in your paws.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
The end of the world? What are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up? Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can somebody else do this? Forget it. I'm not doing this. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet. Okay, this option you're not going to choose because that's what I chose. Silently continue to the cabin or turn around and leave. So, do you want to know more about the end of the world? Do you want to defend the princess? Are you questioning the morals of killing a princess? Or are you lazy? You're questioning the morals. So, killing a princess is kind of bad. Lazy and moral? Lazy? I think walking away is just going to lead to the ending that I already got. So, I flipped a coin, and killing a princess seems kind of bad.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress.
I agree.
Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Damn, narrator. I didn't know you were that way. Welcome to the fight, brother. So we can go lazy after all, as well. Can't somebody else do it?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
And so do I. Why do I keep rickrolling today? So, are you curious about the end of the world? Or are you going to defend her? Curious about the end of the world.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
There's a little dog licking your feet. Not the Fae. Hi, Auntie. Hi, puppy. Actually, I'd be more upset about the birds, but I guess that's just me. And the trees. So, do you guys want to know about the logistics of why a princess in the basement could kill the world? Or do you want evidence? Sorry, Denver's run Ollie. I speak dog. Woof woof.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
I'm going to keep questioning.
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. Before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
So if she never leaves, the world will be fine.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Let's keep questioning.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Who's we?
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
I'm continuing with being lazy. Do you guys want a reward, or do you want to talk to the princess and decide then? I really like the piano. It's very soothing. Talk to the princess.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed.
There, Antier, I'll support you. I also have a dog and a girlfriend. Not together, but I do have both as well.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
My implement. That has a double meaning, doesn't it? That means that it's something that I planted. It's a decision as well. I was just checking the dictionary because I love wordplay games. So, do you guys want to take the knife or go without a knife? Knife, no knife? Stabby stab. No stabby stab. I never say no to a good knife. Let's go.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement. Oh, see? It's the knife again.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
That's different.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Do you guys want to check in? Say hi? Or just go quietly? Hi? Hi. Hi!
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
Come on down to Pound Town. Oh, Jesus. No, never mind. No, I didn't say that actually. Never mind.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
So you guys want to lie to her? You're here to slay? You're nuh-uh-uh, or you haven't decided? Or you just don't want to say anything? Nuh-uh-uh. Nuh-uh-uh.
Then drop the knife.
Oh, is this because we bring the knife? She's cold if you bring the knife? Because the blade is cold?
We should. It'll go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Do you want to drop it or keep it? Drop it, duck it. I forgot the lyrics. Keep it?
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
Polka dotted. It's the Anna Montana song. That's what I'm remembering. Zigzag across the floor. Da 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 anymore. Sorry.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Okay, Ice. I'll do it after the stream. Thank you for the clip. Thank you so much.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Is she bluffing? Does she have something? Do you guys want to talk? Are you slaying? What are we gonna do? Ooh. We should talk. Talk the talk.
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far.
I'm not giving up. I'm talking.
No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
What happened to this other side?
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
Are we dropping? Are we killing? Zigzag across the floor. Da, 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 na, anymore. Da, da, na, na, na. I used to be able to dance to this song. I wonder if she'll do more damage because she hasn't wounded herself yet. Because I made her, like, eat herself a bit before. Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
And our cursor is back to being the creepy hand.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
I do have my arms. What do you mean?
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
Do I also have big
Just
eyes?
make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
I would also bite myself, yeah. Maybe I am the princess.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
What do you mean? I always threaten my future relationships at a knife point first. Even when I don't have a knife. Is this awkward? A relationship, ooh. And sleep well, bud. You don't have too many nightmares. Don't have too many nightmares. Maybe dream of princesses in basements. Maybe, who am I to tell you what to dream of? So,
It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
come on down to Pound Town. Oh, Jesus. No. I was like, wait, is she talking? I was like, wait, is the game starting again? So, is this awkward? Are we in a relationship? Wink, 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 wink. Do you want to get her out of here? Do you want to question her about the end of the world? End of the world?
Don't just tell her that.
I just did.
That's cute. Do you believe that? Do you think I'm some sort of monster? If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Oh no, she's a YouTuber. Ooh, are we trusting her over trusting them? Or have we made enough conclusions. Actually, I'm quite curious about this one.
Princess hesitates before responding.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life.
Oh. Interesting.
She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand.
Those
to
are
lose
the same
everything,
thing.
all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Relationship, wink wink, nudge nudge. Do you want to help her get out? Or do you want to know more? I think knowing more. Wink wink, nudge nudge.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions.
Aw, man.
We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Guess we should ask her what's her name.
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Should
Again,
it?
she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
So she's gay. Good to know. How long have you been here?
Too long.
That's not an answer. How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then.
And so
I'm sure there's a
do
key
I.
somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
You really want to go the sour route.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
Yeah, I think she wants to go to the saw. To the saw bathroom. I think she wants to go there.
She is. I'm sure of it.
But instead of being her foot, it's her hand. Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Do I? Do you want to slay? Do you want to examine? Or do you want to keep her locked in? I wonder if the examining will lead to what I have decided before. I think this will all lead to the... We helped this time around? Okay.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
Why haven't you done that yet?
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Okay, the
You hear
same
the click
happens.
of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? Your shouts and you're here to slay. You try the door. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess. You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
I wonder if she has the knife now.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess, right? Save the princess.
Against your better
Ooh,
judgment,
we're really doing it.
place the blade against
We're
the
going the
princess's
saw
arm,
rot
just above
route.
the massive, unyielding chain.
Do you have to look at me with those puppy eyes while I fucking saw you? With the dagger?
You cut into her flesh.
Yeah, how are you gonna go through her bone? Are we forgetting the bone?
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
Whoops! It came out! Whoopsie daisy!
She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world.
Ooh.
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Slay the princess. Warn her.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
Ooh.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it?
If it's clinical, it's not butched.
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Chapter 2, The Prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is
Welcome,
a cabin.
So Kibun and all
And in
the
the basement
raiders.
of that cabin
Thank you for joining
is a
us with your
princess.
awesome crew of TU viewers. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the stream.
Hey Zuki! Hello everyone! We're slaying princesses and getting slayed by princesses as well. You came in just in time. We just were murdered by princesses. Oh, the piano changed. It's sadder now. How was your stream? How was Warhammer? I hope it went well. If you need to go rest, go rest. And if it's your first time here, I usually don't look this spooky. This is my Halloween costume. Phineas also has a little cape. He's very dapper.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So we're still helping her, right? Right. Owie! And Danvers likes to throw stuff at me. And I get spiders stuck on my hair. See? They're off. Deja vu. I added that one as a joke, but that one legitimately just scared me now. The other ones are spooky sounds, but I just added that one as a joke. I think my heart just stopped. Oh god. Robertson, congratulations, you've slayed the royal. Yeah, it has the trick and treat command have 2 minutes cooldown. Thank you, Ice. Thank you. Thank you for cows. Look at them. So pretty. I see you've been treating me well. More treats than tricks so far.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. Don't forget what he did to us the last time.
Oh, sorry.
Around.
Well,
I wouldn't trust
maybe
a
it was
word
at
out
the
of his
same time
mouth.
and on my
There's
end.
got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Let's proceed.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will... Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to.
Not the world, the worlds. Okay, so fun fact, fun story. I watched War of the Worlds when I was as old as the character that Dakota Fanning plays was. So yeah, it's from the War of the Worlds movie. It's the tripods. uh, why did I add that? Also, I was about to say, I read that as Voice of the Septic. And then the tripods went off. Jesus Christ. Ah.
Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink.
Wink.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Maybe I want to slay the clown. What about it?
The interior of the cabin
It's different.
is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Huh.
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. He definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should.
So I'm going with the ask all the questions because it seemed like it was what you guys wanted to do and save the princess route.
There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Can we look in the
There's
mirror?
definitely a mirror. There isn't. I think you know what we have to do.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I think we are some kind of RP indeed.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
I'll take the blade again.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and you lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves, the chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck?
We can't cut her head off. I think. Question mark?
Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sit.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you
Her
before you
eyes
get
aren't
too
so
close,
big now, and their
holding up
crown is
one
different
shackled
too.
hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Understandable.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sit where you're told.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Good boy.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me? Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
We can still cut her head. Her neck is very thin.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
Maybe I can lollipop chainsaw her. I don't know if anyone here has ever heard or played Lollipop Chainsaw. Basically, it's a crazy game from like the 2010s, where you're a cheerleader and the zombie apocalypse starts, and your boyfriend gets infected, and the only way to save him is to amputate. And by amputate, I mean cut off his whole ass body. And you carry him around on your skirt? Short skirt? You're a cheerleader in that game. A cheerleader that belongs to a family of world-renowned zombie hunters with magical, mystical powers. So your sensei, which is not related to your family, but you do have a sensei, tells you that you have to kill your boyfriend, kill your boyfriend's body, because the zombie poison is on his body, but not on his head yet. So you carry your boyfriend around.
A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
That's why he didn't tell us.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic.
Pathetic.
I never said I wasn't.
Oh, damn. Oh, no. Oh, buddy.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky. So don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
Oh, I will.
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
You clearly never had a migraine.
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't.
I know it's the same voice actor, but I like his tone for the skeptic. Sorry. I just say skeptic more than I say skeptic.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Yeah, sure.
Just give it a rest. This isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
I wonder if she will be true to me.
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
How did I die?
Is that really all she knows?
Yeah.
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I didn't just die.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
Maybe. Sleep well, sister.
I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
Do you guys wanna try the chains, or do I keep questioning? Are you like Rihanna? Do chains and whips? You don't need to say any more. You don't need to say any more, Danvers.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate. But what if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am. Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
I'm getting locked in.
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad. Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time. Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
Damn! On our neck?
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Interesting.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
We got another achievement. We got Prison of the Mind. Become your own jailer.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Chill out.
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
We can eat each other, I guess.
That's horrible. It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
No.
I think she's telling the truth.
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
I don't think nothing will happen.
Yep. Nope.
That's rude.
That's not rude. That's very fine, actually. Wait in
You and the
silence.
princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
Shut up, hero.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
So there's magnetism in the I attract, but I didn't repel the knife on my own. I'm guessing it's magic. But now I wonder.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
Yeah, the princess is in the cabin, so...
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything.
The princess can't also go outside, so...
But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there.
Yeah,
Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
we're okay.
How exactly does that work?
Yeah.
It just does.
Eh.
But
Your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again.
Oh, I see how it is.
And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
No spiders, no bugs.
if time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences
Exactly.
are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
Oh, Jesus. Ow, ow, ow. I got a candy corn this time. Thank you.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
I don't like small talk, remember?
It's not small talk, it's a legitimate question this time.
Still rude. You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
There's roots coming in.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
And we haven't either.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls.
And we are outside.
And
And she's out of the cabin.
I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
You've never been outside? Is this like the true ending? But you don't get the chance to respond. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her stead.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I think I am supposed to look at the mirror.
If there's even a her to find anymore.
Exactly.
Right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
Awful thing?
He is. Does that mean the world ended?
It must have. Do any of us know what the world ending is supposed to look like?
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
You're not my mom. The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. The achievement is called The Body. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You are at the cabin. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel. Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
Ooh, so many questions. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Ooh, the music. What do you think I am?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us. I have only
just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Do you know of the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her. You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends? I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
So, I leave the last choice question mark to you. Do you want to keep asking questions? Do you want to attack? Or do you want to die? Question? Question.
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom. You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold. How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated. I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Damn, that's deep.
Everything, until we meet again. More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home. Then we will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry, hollow. If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Do you guys want to wait forever? Or do you want me to go back to the start? Eternity or begin anew. Begin anew. I am ready to forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. I got another achievement called
You're
a
on
guarded
path
vessel.
in the woods
Bring the
And
prisoner
at the
to
end of that
her.
path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
There's 85 achievements to this game, by the way. No, sorry. There's 97 achievements to this game. Oh my! So, it's time for a Ronnie run, huh? Okay, it's gonna be a serious Ronnie run.
You're here to slay her. While I appreciate the men, nevertheless, and before you decide to waste even more of our time, causality doesn't matter. It's no use arguing some unless, of course. I'm talking about the end of everything as we know. Don't linger on the specifics. You have.
These are the same. I'll just keep asking questions.
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before. Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Does it? Oh, if only that was. I have to say, like I said. Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
I am a nihilist, yes.
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in the blade is your implement. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. Her voice.
Hello? Is someone there?
Is hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you. Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Again, correlation, not causation.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
No.
Okay.
What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both?
Princess,
Imagine
princess.
being named Princess.
So, Princess is your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
And what would you like?
Sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted.
Why?
Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess.
I don't.
That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
And drink.
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just...
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me. Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need.
So she also doesn't
You should know
remember
better than to
anything.
trust whatever she comes up with. That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
It's fine. I'm just trying to get the knife
Leaving
to
her
help you.
alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
Take care, Ice.
So I'm the only one
Sleep
who
well.
liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
Ooh.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. Thank you. You turn back to the stair.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. Fine, turn your back on me, but it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
I am not leaving you behind. That's not what I meant to do.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
You know all the jokes about me being the princess? This might be something that I would actually be able to do. I wonder if this is one of those games that gets your computer information.
She has
No,
to
but
be
this is
bluffing,
voice acted,
but
so...
Hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only
She
a
chewed her
severed
hand
arm,
off again.
its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
I think we got off on the wrong foot. I don't think she wants to talk anymore. Let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she? You close the door behind you. Almost magically, its locks immediately click into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job. You step forward to investigate the severed limb.
She's gonna jump me.
A trail of blood leads from its jagged stump into a dark corner of the basement. And then you hear the quiet patter of feet against the floor, and there's suddenly a weight on your shoulders. The princess tears into you. Her teeth and claws are unnaturally sharp, ripping into your shoulders, digging into your throat. You fall to the ground, the princess eagerly tearing at your flesh. Holy shit. What is she?
I think she's the same as I am.
Are you serious? As the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers can no longer hold the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back.
This is the end, isn't it?
No.
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Beast.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path, you're here to sleep. A warning. She will look as a cat. Don't she could have gotten out of... That's a very roundabout way of... Maybe.
The voice of the hunted.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. What a strange thing to lie about. Maybe he doesn't see it. Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done? You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how.
But this time I'm not the septic. I'm... Oh my god! The skeptic! I'm the hunted.
But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone.
No blade.
Do you think we can talk our way out of this? I don't think she wants to talk. I guess we'll just have to trust that we made the right call. It'll still be here if we need it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes.
Interesting.
The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
Me too.
She sounds almost feral,
Feral princess, here we go.
impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view.
She could be
anywhere.
She's a dragon? Is this a dragon?
You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess.
She's a dragon.
She is certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling.
Fledgling.
You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you.
A shiver rushes up your spine. And
We're
pulls
the
you
same.
apart. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now.
I wonder if I wait long enough, something will happen. The music seems to be rising. It's been 1 minute. The music keeps going. Are the steps closer? See if the music loops. It's just rising, rising, rising. Not the music, but the static. Right? I can feel it. Few minutes. It's looping.
Anywhere.
There's a shift in the humid air, and something enormous.
Whoa!
The princess lunges from the shadows, her maw unhinged and dripping, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured. I guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no, this isn't it. You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time.
I'm inside her?
You spoke when you needed to act.
The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
Ooh.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart, and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal.
She'll still
With a
chained?
pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. We don't have steel, but we have tooth and claw. Tear through her before we are her.
I understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen. I acted on my will, fledgling. And you
Fledgling
acted on
again.
yours. The strong triumph, and the weak submit or perish.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slough from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this. We are drowning in death. There's no more space for words.
Every creature craves freedom. You will too before you die.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slough from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way. We are drowning in death.
You can leave.
Oh, can I?
The click of what you presume to be a door ripples through the layers of suffocating flesh.
That wasn't so hard.
You feel her take another massive step, and then another, and then... And then it's gone quiet, hasn't it?
He died again. You feel a churning in the forms around you, and then a wet tunneling before you are ejected to a place that is nowhere at all.
I guess I don't need you to be a part of me. How lucky for you. This place is cold.
The handstaker again.
She's gone. Where does she... And there's that... Yep. But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. That thing reeks of death. Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. I'd like to be somewhere nice.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in a long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same. Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward. With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you. There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover. Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread. Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Damn.
This one is consumed by instinct, a predator pushing those around her to adapt. She will make for a bold heart. She wishes me to devour you, to make you a part of myself, but she is only a voice. Do not mourn her, for she is part of something greater.
I don't want to hurt you.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
So you miss me.
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you. Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets. My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Can I? I can. You raise your will to end your life, but as it buries you into space your body should be, you feel nothing at all. One of the many hands in front of you reaches forward and gently touches the side of your face.
There's nowhere for you to be but here.
Your will cuts across the entity in front of you, but nothing happens.
My roots burrow in an ocean beyond your sight. We cannot harm each other as we are now.
As we are now. Very, 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 very interesting. I love this. I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
We will. Everything goes dark and you die. Bring the beast to her, a feral vessel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. You make your way up the short.
I'm going for a straight murder.
The interior of the blade is... You take the blade from... The door to the basement creaks up her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool you. Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the prince. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
I know what you
She's
can
unarmed.
do.
If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
No.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Because she can't.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Thought it was too easy.
It's over. Don't get all worked up. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Let's just get out.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Because we have.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Okay.
I'm so glad you're keeping an open mind. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey, we're not just going to stay here forever, right? Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
No, we're happy.
Really? Well, if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Good. Good ending! You did it! You saved everyone!
You are already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Past the point of no return, there is no going back.
Good, because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
Double tap.
The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero. He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare. How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work.
So the hero remembers things now.
That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy. If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it. You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die. The end. Nice knowing you.
Chapter 2, The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her. A warning. She will lie. She won't be a problem.
Voice of the Cold.
The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners. You can hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. It feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already. You walk up to the wall next to the basement. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we... You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know
I
how
wonder why
ridiculous
this
you look
happens.
right now. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly it's not even important enough to be acknowledged. The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally. As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see.
It also didn't
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view.
pester me about the
A
knife this
skeletal
time.
body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain. Okay, she's definitely dead. It's just like I told you.
She's
Before
a
you have a
ghost.
chance to finish your thought, the top of a head appears from underneath the floor. Two deep-set eyes stare up
Oh,
at
she's
you,
kind of
followed
cute.
by a
Look.
mischievous skeletal grin. And finally,
Oh, she's so
the
cute
rest of
as
the
a
body
ghost.
floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost!
You're a very cute ghost.
Oh, wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you.
Hi.
Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
Understandable. Sorry.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit,
She's so
gently
cute.
running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you. Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
Oh, that is normal for me, don't worry.
So she has a body, and she's right there. We could probably grab her and kill her again, if we wanted to. We don't even need a blade. She looks fragile enough to me.
I see you don't have that annoying knife anymore. So, does that mean you regret what you've done? Are you here to apologize and make nice? Beg for absolution, maybe?
Yeah.
Because I might be interested in seeing a little begging.
Oh, damn. At this time of night, damn. What are you doing not being dead? Why are you different?
You don't look dead, killer.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. I've tried to leave on my own. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here. I just want to go home. I'm so cold and alone here. But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all, you owe me.
Oh, hi.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
Is she asking if she can possess us?
I don't think she's asking even. That was a statement.
She is. And I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place. And if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly. You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
Oh, I will like it so much, actually. You don't even know. Take care, Tyndall. Have a good time at work. I hope it's not too hard. Sounds great.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over?
Oh, I like this.
I'm afraid
afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
Yeah.
So, it doesn't work like that for you? Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass,
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am. Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too. I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. You don't need to know what I am. You just need to know that I'm different from you. More important.
Of course. So important.
You're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground. The princess is nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Everyone knows that, indeed.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
All my kind of decisions.
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
I am.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
It's okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time, and everything will be fine.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her. One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
Oh, it would.
Wouldn't that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
Leave the basement.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world? It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world. Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
Not necessarily.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn? Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door. For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Indeed.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I
Why?
will continue to hate you for as long as I am able. It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate. And whine. This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen. You reach forward and mindlessly take the blade in hand. You continue slowly to the door, your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will. Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Open the door.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort, you look up and see...
And he's gone again.
Yes?
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
He only had himself to blame. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, I guess that you would have done the same.
But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
No.
We're still here. Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
You feel a lightness in your chest as a pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
I'm out. You actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, Philip.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
Another vessel. You don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again. I would have kept them in the dark if I were you. What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. You find yourself in a long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same. It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me? How strange of you to ask me then. This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have. But that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart. Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew. My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done. The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
How many more vessels?
We will know when we near our destination.
Oh, damn. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. The interior of
Okay,
the
so
cabin
this
is
run
almost
I'm
entirely
going
bare.
to
The
savor.
air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted.
Oh,
in a
I
fine
already
layer
did the
of
saving
dust.
run.
The only furniture
guess.
of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I am not going to take the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello?
Don't let it fool you. How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
Let's
She's
see what I can do.
I am begging you to stop.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end. You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement. Is someone else? You try the door. Your shouts and you're here to slay the... You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you... Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
heard the door slam. They locked.
There's a slight panic rising in.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
Oh, she does the
hesitates
same
before
thing.
raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trap. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too... As the princess approach... Wait, watch me.
What are you doing?
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade! Move the blade! As your body remains frozen in stubborn...
We both know this isn't you.
But she's like nice this time.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your
Yeah, this
chest,
time it was
tearing
nice, it
through
wasn't
flesh and
clinical.
sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
This one is very anime.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust
poor
of the
girl.
knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark,
You die.
and you die.
Chapter 2. The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods.
By the way,
And at
guys,
the end of
I
that
believe
path
that this is
is a
just the
cabin.
beginning of the game, by the
And
way.
in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I think we gotta patch the vessel together first. At least that's what I would do.
You're here to slay her. If you don't... A warning before you go any further. She will lie. If only you knew what you did to us, you villain. Excuse me?
Voice of the smitten this time.
Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
Last time? What are you talking about? I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead. The interior of the cabin
Oh,
is
it's a
clean and
luxurious
elegant,
castle this time.
with stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner.
A
The only
royal
furniture of
prison.
note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your... You walk up to... What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a... You reach forward and rub your... But there was a minute.
Now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet.
So I have-
with a feather out of
I
place.
have feathers. It's confirmed. It's not fur, it's feathers.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love.
Calm down, Romeo.
Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs
my.
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words.
She can hear my
but
spirit.
surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And smashing. Oh my. Maybe the pound town wasn't very wrong.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
Yep.
Waiting for you to come back? You've been here before, haven't you?
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Of course, of course.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion.
Many have, in fact.
I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset.
Nothing resets. You're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Horrible for you, maybe.
Horrible
We've
for you,
been given
maybe.
another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Now, hold on. If
Oh,
she
it really
actually
is her
ended
voice,
a
you're
world,
right,
are you
Wal.
Sure,
It's-
we want to do this.
It's his
Are you
voice.
sure we want to rescue?
When he does the smitten.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever
Romantic
been.
destiny.
I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
you died, and now we're talking.
You know, it happens.
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Oh, damn.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Honestly, the world sucks.
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
Good job, dear.
I'd point out that she just admitted to obliterating the entire world, but I guess that wouldn't actually move you.
Nope.
Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out. But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass.
Yeah.
She just
She's
wanted to
pretty.
make
She
us
can end the
happy.
world.
By destroying the world? Apparently, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Not really.
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery.
Damn,
to show
talk about
us
Stockholm
mercy and
syndrome.
make the best decision for everyone. She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
Just to get some grease.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chain. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her. If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect.
Of course.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
For once, you are right.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I would if you had a weapon.
I think I skipped a line. Take over her body and force us to kill her?
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths.
Not the
and if you
Titanic
try
depths.
anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't.
I would.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
I mean, in the words of Jared, I am googling the words of Jared. Not this, not as the world falls down, David Bowie, please. Yeah. Every thrill is gone. Wasn't too much fun at all, but I'll be there for you as the world falls down.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. We're doomed.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Yuck.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist
Nope.
and your pristine blade would be buried in her back.
This
and
is the
everyone out there would
smooching
be saved.
run.
Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Nope. We only have our ends.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Indeed. The only thing that can topple the power of love is the power of friendship. Oh, never mind.
What do we do now?
We get married.
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't think he even has a heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
And they lived happily ever after.
You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection, and then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Where do you want to go eat? I don't know. Where do you want to go eat? Oh no, it starts. Oh no. No. I'll just take me to McDonald's, it's fine. I'll eat some nuggies. There must be something you
I
want.
just want to make you happy.
She's turning more and more anime as I click forward.
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Also, the music is getting more distorted.
I just want to make you happy.
Oh my god!
Is she broken? What's going on?
We've broken the princess.
What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Oh no, she's going to become one of my drawings.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us.
Yes,
Don't
so
ever
very
act like
sweet.
It's a big deal.
Do you want to end the world? I want you to make me unhappy.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Oh my
I can
god.
make you unhappy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
There, you have a crappy anime vessel now. I hope you like it. You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
No! She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a mirror?
You approach the mirror. You've unraveled. By Brian David Gilbert. Have I become the BDG? At last? I've got a beautiful mind. I do love me my
There's a
anime
world beyond
waifu.
the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there? Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me. Short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there? We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own.
Exactly.
And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Yeah.
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose. No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I do.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves. If I did, I would already be awake. You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you... One. Whatever
Oh,
you bring
one
next
last
will be
run.
enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude. These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn. There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
They don't. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark and you die. Blah.
You're on a path. You're here to slay her. You make your way up the short. The interior of the blade is your... You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay... The door to the... Her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds... Don't let it fool...
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the... She's so cold. Focus on the task at...
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward. Your grip...
Oh? No talking then? I'm probably chained up in this basement for... So, you...
She's unarmed. I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has...
Hesitating? Why don't you drop... Then I'm not talking to you.
You stare at the princess. She squints back. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you?
Yep. Squint even harder.
You squint even harder. So does she. At least nobody's dying right now. You're going to have to make a choice. You can't keep squinting forever. Eventually, someone is going to have to blink. The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just...
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship. Do you? So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking. Too long.
Note the lack. She hesitates before.
You can address me as your Royal Highness.
Again, she offers no. You can't. Don't.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. Well, we can always put...
Her sharp eye. She isn't. She is.
Don't jump to any... Oh, have...
You know. Have to be. You walk up to the chains. They're large and heavy. Far
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it.
doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for...
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out. Is someone else... You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. The knife.
You won't like what Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm. You cut into her. The blade is sharp. She didn't so much as utter a... Free from her. How is she so...
Thank you.
No, we won't have any of that. Wait, watch me. You bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. Okay. There's no going back now. Though the blade left a deep gash in her shoulder, she barely so much as flinches, turning around to stare at you.
Are you serious?
No.
I don't know what came over you, but if we're doing... Do you think I need both of my arms to do that? I can beat you to death with one.
Now that's a woman.
But I don't have to tell you that. I'll go ahead and show you.
You go, girl. Girl boss that way. Give up.
As the blade falls from your trembling hands, the princess rears back, readying a bone-shattering haymaker. You fall to your knees, barely able to process the ringing in your ears before she hits you again. Every blow is as
Have fun,
punishing as the
bestie.
first. You feel bones shatter with every impact, unknown ruptures blossoming with blood somewhere
Boxer
inside.
princess.
If we're lucky, the wound you manage to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she gets out.
Oh, too weak to even try fighting back. How disappointing.
She places a confident heel on your chest and pushes you down to the ground.
Someone had fun writing this.
Her knee falls to your throat, your windpipe crushed beneath a weight you didn't think her slight form could possibly possess. It can't just end like this, right? I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Tower.
You're on a path. You're here to... Again? If he doesn't remember what... You know I can hear you. What does it matter what he knows?
Voice
There's
of the
nothing we can do
broken.
to stop her. She is not going to kill you unless
Proceed.
she will lie. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
Nah.
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
I'm gonna kick your ass. That's my line.
You're being annoying.
I guess I got my ass kicked instead. Never mind. I'll shut up.
Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone.
Yeah, we
myself
cannot.
included.
We cannot afford more. We cannot afford Patreon subscriptions right now. No pledging.
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
So... Okay, noted. Proceed.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Oh, shut up. Shut up, me. Shut
The
up,
interior of the cabin is
self-incenser.
larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar. The blade is your implement. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Oh my god, shut up, me.
You walk up to the wall. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. You
It's
reach
gone
forward,
again.
rub your hand. We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left. You take the blade from the altar.
I like this one.
The door to the basement
Ooh.
creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The
That's...
smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment,
I just
you almost
tumble down the
feel
stairs,
peace.
to be honest. That'd be a lot to... to go down.
Huh. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Yeah, we don't like stone basements. We only like, mud basements.
Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Oh no, she started a cult this time.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
Oh no, I want to join a cult now. Oh
It doesn't
no.
matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you,
Ooh.
almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You've brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Pop it, look.
The blade slips from your fingers and clatters
This is a
uselessly
wimp
to the
run right
floor.
now.
We didn't have to do that, and yet you did.
Mm-hmm.
She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Too late, narrator.
Kneel.
Ma'am! Someone had a lot of fun writing this path. Kneel.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
I'm a good little bird.
The last time we met, you told me I was destined to end the world. That thought wrapped itself around my heart. It has pulled at me since the moment I squeezed the life out of your broken lungs. I could feel its fundamental truth awaken me. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations.
Maybe I shouldn't have done this one as the last vessel. Maybe I should have done the anime run last.
It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Oh no.
Well, that gives away the game, doesn't it?
Yeah?
It certainly does. And beyond that, it more than lends credence to our conversation in the woods. I don't love the thought that in some other reality you failed to destroy her, but what's done is done. I can only hope it helped you learn a valuable lesson. You are the only one who can deal with her. And if you don't, well, she's let you know what will happen, hasn't she? Then you shouldn't have trusted us with her destruction. She is inevitable. Can't you feel it?
This is the Gale run. That's all I have to say. I've said it. Yep.
He's being melodramatic, but he's not exactly wrong, is he? What are we supposed to do to stop her? Okay, first things first, you're going to have to stuff those pessimistic thoughts someplace far, far away and commit yourself to what needs to be done. The stakes of the situation should be perfectly clear to everyone now. And if you're going to save the world, you have to have faith that you can pull this off. You can't win a battle that you've already lost in your mind.
Know the limits of your privilege, little bird. There's an empty place at my side for you to fill.
Of course there is.
But it is not a place for an equal. It is a place for something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps. Or a pet.
Oh, damn.
This isn't about desire. This is about what I am. And I have little interest in discussing destiny with one that cannot see the divine truth that shines in my heart. And all you have to do is break these chains and set me free.
If you're so powerful, why can't you bring
Don't be
the chains?
rude. Of course she can.
And then she does it. Do it.
It's not rude to question someone who's apparently trying to end the world.
Yeah.
That's exactly why it's rude. We should know our place.
It's a bit late for that, innit?
I can, easily. But that isn't what I want to do. The story of a terrible and bountiful god unbounded of her own will is no story at all.
I beg to differ.
It's not worthy of everything I am, or everything I'm bound to become. It isn't even worthy of what I was.
I beg to differ. I think a god that frees himself is pretty fucking cool.
The destruction in Genesis that's to follow in my wake is deserving of a song that can echo for eternity. The song of you, being so struck by my glory, so overwhelmed by what I am, that you feel you must deliver me into the world. And from your act of utter devotion and submission springs a new dawn, a better dawn. Submit now, submit later. It makes no difference. Because in the end, no matter how vainly you struggle against me, my will triumphs over yours.
Whimperon.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent? All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
I'd say I'm quite average. But, I guess compared to you, yeah, kinda.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
I'm not a worm, I'm a little guy.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
I beg to differ.
Ah!
No!
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
I'm glad you like my dramatic yells. Thank you for the follow.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade.
The blade is upstairs. No, I brought the blade, never mind.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
The chains are broken.
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart.
It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever. Please, don't do this. There's nothing to be sorry about. This is how it was always going to be. And it is good. Alright, I'm done with this. I'm just gonna go sit in the corner. Let me know if we get our agency back.
Sure, man. Get a cup of tea for me as well, so if it's not too much to ask.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave. Nothing, and then everything.
Bye! But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
You approach the mirror. You need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. So far, as far as I can tell you, it's a normal visual novel. Ooh, I see a crow in the reflection, actually. Sorry, I was answering your question. I got it on Steam. And so far, it's a normal visual novel, but I guess stuff is gonna start happening from now on. are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So the narrator is a crow. Interesting.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade.
Enjoy, Nag.
But you were
Enjoy.
never supposed to see me.
Thank you
I
for
wonder how many
watching.
worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Oh, this game is really good. I've been playing for about 4 hours. And yeah, I am hooked too. And I believe it's just beginning.
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically. I haven't, and that's by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
I guess I am the people.
Any other version of me you talked to was just that. Perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. And for all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right. You're the long quiet. The god I made to rid the world of death.
And what is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Why would you want to rid the world of death?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
I beg to differ. I cannot destroy her, I feel. I don't think I can destroy her. Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me. No. In life I was painfully mortal, a witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something, so I made you. And I made her. And I made this place to hold you both.
Okay. How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept?
With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself. It would have been preferable if you had destroyed her within the confines of the construct, but when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through.
Am I going to start scraping my computer for stuff now? Or something? That of the author. Run out of questions. I think you're out of time.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Do I? Bye-bye. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast nascent god, and it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Don't you have a say?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict. Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us. If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. You become nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. You are terrified of a power so far beyond you that it strips the meaning from your every action. But at the feet of that power, the dark parts of you cannot help but burn away. Your inadequacies reduced to cinders by the blazing light of the divine. When I proclaimed my godhood and presented you with a place by my side in my new creation, you gladly took it. Without me, there is no future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into consciousness. And through your lack of one, you too were consumed. Yet together, we were able to create something beautiful. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp? Then don't. Leave with me. There's no need for you to fight what we are.
I'm guessing there's a third option here.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then A shiver passes through you as unseen fingers, cold as the grave, dance across your skin. They remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they do not return it. I offer you a path to your redemption, and you take my hand in yours. You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free. Without sin, there is no redemption. And without contrast, there can be nothing at all. You are devoured. Pray for something bigger than you that stalks and slinks in shadows. Within, you are tightly bound and choke on heavy air as acid burns its way into your pores. A nest of things devouring within things devouring. But even when dissolved, you gifted me a life. Perhaps it was fear that drove you. Perhaps it was compassion. But the outcome of an act matters more than its intentions. There's a natural order to the cycle of things sustaining things. A world without sustenance is a world without relationships. And it is our relationships that give us form and substance. But violence has defined the flow of everything between us. Do not deny what we are, and do not color our conflict with fear. To question everything is to deny the proof of reality that lies in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. In believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. But even then, you remembered the impermanence of the material and watched as the walls of your prison decayed into nothing. To be impermanent is not to end, but to change. And for the world to be impermanent is to make finite the suffering of all things. Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer in their permanence? Or, in time, would they see it as a curse? You are unmovable. Is it by the design of our conflict that I cannot win? Or are you just that fervent in how you cling to delusion? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together. It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth. This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go. What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
I don't agree.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh. Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Where's everyone
They're
else?
still where you left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Then let's go. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
Oh, take me back to the start.
Do you need me to describe things?
Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Oh yeah, the window. I didn't notice.
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Jesus. Poor narrator.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows.
And some windows.
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really mentioned the windows, did he?
I think he did.
There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it.
Sorry. I am very ugly.
And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
I don't think the blade would be enough even.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
I guess I'll take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Enter the basement.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
I don't know what you want for us.
She sounded just like that. Timid and gentle. Only she didn't know us.
Continue down
And
the
down
stairs.
we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
What's that knife for? Have you changed your mind? Are you going to kill me?
She's free.
What if we just talk for a bit? Maybe we can figure this out.
Her drawing is different again. I don't want to be a god.
I don't think I want that either.
Are you the same as the one out there?
I don't feel the same. I feel smaller.
There has to be a way out of this.
I don't think there's a way out, but maybe there doesn't have to be an ending. I'm able to do the things you believe me to be able to do. So make me put it all back. Help me fix the Echo's construct and make us both forget. Help me send us back to the beginning, before we woke up, before either of us saw the truth.
That will not help either.
Can she really do that? Are you sure that's what you want?
No, that's not what I want.
If you can believe this helps them, then it will help them, right? Maybe we have done all of this before. Maybe we're supposed to do this forever. And when we do, we'll make the same choice. We'll choose to forget, and we'll reset everything, again. None of that will happen, because you'll still be you, and I'll still be me.
Is there any other way?
I think you brought that knife down here for a reason. It has to be a part of how this ends. I know because it doesn't matter how many times we've hurt each other. I've never stopped caring about you. And if you feel the same, then everything is going to be okay.
That's not a very good relationship.
you won't be alone for long. I'll be right here, waiting for you.
I don't want to forget you.
I don't want to forget you either. But unless we do this, you'll have to choose, right now, between me and everyone else. It feels like it is. You wouldn't have come here if you were just going to go back.
I don't think it's healthy for us to keep doing this over and over and over again. But yes, I also do care for her. Oof. Sometimes you gotta let people go, even if you do care about them. Right? Right. Slay the princess. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. So this is what it feels like to actually die. I think this is for the best. I don't know what the world would be like without me. But it can't be that bad if it still has you in it.
Oh my god.
I've always loved you. Don't forget me.
I won't. You blink and the princess is gone. All you have left of her is a small melancholic weight that sits at the borders of your heart. Whatever action brought you and the princess into being was rough and jagged and left each of you with a piece of the other. By destroying her once and for all, you also destroyed a part of yourself. But the world hasn't ended. Things continue on.
She's gone. And I don't think she's coming back. Is that a metaphor, or are you being literal?
I'm being literal.
It doesn't matter, we don't need to linger down here anymore. Let's get going.
Leave the cabin. You leave the basement behind. Then the stairs. And then you leave the cabin itself.
It's quiet here.
The path and the woods outside are an empty canvas, but there is even more to see beyond this place. The fruits of your labor, a world free from death. Set yourself free. The body of an ancient creature steers from hibernation. You feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it. But it does not yield.
He's gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Open your heart and bear witness to your new kingdom. All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. Then, the shattering. You are free, and before you lies the endless expanse of absolute reality. A new absolute reality. One forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. But there will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
This is nice. No more hunting, no more running. Just us and whatever's out there. Absolute reality. Who would have thought there was really a world outside of us? And who would have thought we'd actually wind up siding with him?
That wasn't very hard at all. Speak for yourself.
Well, boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order, we are the pecking order now. I hope this was all worth it, because I'm personally inconsolable.
I'm sorry, Smitten.
Lucky for us, you have forever to get over it. Well then, I guess the only thing left to do is figure out what happens next.
I got an achievement called A New and Unending Dawn. I slay the princess. And I got another one called Our Song. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here is a track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. I will take a print screen indeed. Thank you. Join the Discord. Make your playlist. Oh, you're opening Spotify. Okay. Play our other game. So, I have slayed the princess. That was so beautiful. That was a beautiful game. I really enjoyed it. I'm very curious about the other endings as well. But I'm glad this is like my first ending. I think it's very thematic, and I still did a couple of runs just for fun. And I still got like a meaningful ending. I am very happy. It was a very beautiful game. I will for sure keep exploring it on my own. I hope you guys enjoyed this game as much as me. A lot of great games have been coming out recently. And I'm always glad to find games like this. Not necessarily like games, but this type of media that makes you ponder about our inner workings, I guess. At least that's how I saw my playthrough of the game. I didn't see... I guess it is a love story. But it can also be just inner conflict. Speaking from my own experience, I do find myself battling these concepts within me a lot of the time. So it was very nice to see it translated into a game. So yes, I really recommend Slay the Princess. Thank you so much for watching.